Mrs. Hahn will be walking in a second, but Mr. Labange and I, Bill Rosendale, are here, so that's 2 members, and therefore the Los Angeles Trade and Commerce and Tourism Committee for December 15th is now in session. If we could ask the clerk, I think we should take 2 through 6 and just see where they're at. Could we come up, staff, and give us a quick, or we can just pass it, but we should bring it up for at least the verbalization of it.
Yeah.
Could you read the motions?
Yes. Well, under items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the Board of Airport Commissioners submits for council approval amendments to existing concession agreements with 5 concessionaires at LAX. 4 of the agreements are for food and beverage concessions, and those are with Airport Management Services, Andy Camacho, Creative Host Services, and Euro Total, a partnership. And 1 of the agreements is for a specialty retail concession with Booth Na Bodega, doing business as The Body Shop. The primary purpose of each of the amendments is to extend the terms for 2 years to expire on December 31, 2012, so that these existing concessionaires can continue to serve the traveling public during the period of transition to new concessions.
Thank you very much for that. Good morning.
Good morning, Debbie Bowers with Los Angeles World Airports. She basically described we need to extend all of the current concessionaires as we transition with our new concessionaire agreements over the next 2 years. We have 30-day out clauses for each unit so that we can do a appropriate phasing process as we get the new concessionaires and start construction.
Just a couple of quick questions. Can you please give us a quick update on what's been done since we approved the various concession contracts for Terminals 4, 5, 7, and 8? When will those new concession projects be completed?
Those that we have awarded are under design and permitting process. We anticipate seeing some construction starting in late spring. And we're going to have 2 phases. Right now, we're trying to do it 2 phases so that we can continue to serve the passengers. So we only shut down half, especially food and beverage service, do the construction on those facilities. We will have some temporary facilities to help out. And then once those are completed, we'll do the other half of those that have been awarded. What we are calling Package 1, which would be the food courts in 4, 5, 7, and 8, is on the street. And those responses are due, the RFP is on the street, and those responses are due on December 22nd. Also, for the rest of the terminals and Bradley West, we have released an RFQ for the terminal commercial manager. Those responses have come in and are under administrative review.
Beautiful. And so the 22nd, the RFPs will be out for these new ones, and when do we expect a final award of them?
Well, the responses are due the 22nd. We're hoping to go to the Board of Airport Commissioners. I think right now we're trying to push ourselves to get in front of them in February. Because we do have to go through the process of the administrative review and to see if we're going to have to do interviews.
And when you go through that, lessons learned?
Yes. Yes, we've learned a lot of lessons, and we will do a better job.
Well, I don't know if you did a bad job at all, but it's just that the way things go within these processes. So you feel pretty comfortable that by spring we should have decisions made on who's going to go into the remaining?
We will have the decisions by spring on the remainder of the 4, 5, 7, and 8, which is the food courts. We will have an RFP by that time on the street for the terminal commercial manager, at least for Bradley West. I think we're going to do at least 2 packages, but we know we have to get that one done because we're on a time, a really time strain on that one.
Right.
According to Mr. Johnson.
Oh, thank you very much. Just push forward, be businesslike. And also, is there any posting up there to the general populace that says if you have any comments concerning the concessions at this airport, please contact you? I think it's just an outreach that possibly, if you have any ideas, just so there's transparency as we all want. Just a simple sign like it would just say that.
We can put something like that up. We do have survey
in a non-offensive way.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
just what makes sense with your architect.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Rosendahl, I'll move, you second, or you second, I move?
No, that's terrific.
All right, I'll move, you second.
Great leader here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
That's all those numbers there.
Mr.
Item
Chair-
number 10.
Yes.
If we could do that now.
Item 10 is a similar action item. Under item 10, the Board of Airport Commissioners submits for approval a replacement concession agreement with Host International for food and beverage and retail services in Terminals 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8, and in the Tom Bradley International Terminal, as well as for commissary and office uses in the theme building, all at LAX. The agreement would consolidate 3 existing concession agreements that are currently held by Host and would have a term of 2 years ending on December 31, 2012, to allow Host International to continue to serve the traveling public during the period of transitioning to the new concessionaires.
Very good. Back again.
Back again, Debbie Bowers with Los Angeles World Airports. This is just to allow us continuation, especially of food and beverage services throughout the terminals. And it extends it for it's a new agreement for 2 years in the same transition process as for 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Very good. Do I have a motion to move forward?
I think I have a motion to, if you're fine with it, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Great. So
Thank
moved.
you.
Now we're going to go to either item 1 or item 8. You have a preference on that?
Well, 8 has your name first, and then let's see, item 1. I think I like 8 better.
You do like 8 better?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to start it, that's your name
Because
first.
he likes it, we'll go with it.
Okay, good,
Okay.
thank you.
It doesn't matter to me either way. What is item 8?
Item 8 is consideration of motion Rosendahl, Hahn, Zine, proposing that Los Angeles World Airport staff report to this committee on the efforts being made at LAX to consider all airfield safety measures to mitigate potential safety concerns, including those recently expressed by the Air Traffic Controllers Union concerning visual impediments to the airfield that will result from current plans to expand the Tom Bradley International Terminal.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning. Roger Johnson, Deputy Executive Director, LAWA Development Group.
And Mike Doucette, Program Manager for Bradley West.
Okay, so where are we at? What's your analysis of that motion?
And I'll ask Mr. Doucette here to fill in quite a few of the blanks, but I've handed out to the clerk to give you a letter from Bill Withicombe,
Yeah.
the regional administrator from Western Pacific for the FAA, and within that, Mr. Withicombe, in his letter to Gina Marie Lindsay, points out that all through the design process with the Bradley West Terminal, we have been consulting with the FAA. In fact, we've been consulting with numerous offices and departments with the FAA. We've conducted numerous studies, both with the FAA in conjunction with them, along with parallel with the FAA related to issues such as the line of sight study. And I'd like Mr. Doucette, if he could, to
Sure.
just give you a little idea what those studies were.
Sure. Thanks, Roger. When we started the Bradley West process and our normal coordination with the FAA, we meet on a weekly basis with them, at least with the local tower folks, and on a quarterly basis with the regional office here. We showed them some of the initial plans, studies, and designs for the Bradley West Terminal. We knew as a part of that given the size of this building and some of the existing conditions at the airport, that a sightline study would be required. So we went through the process, we developed a sightline study and used that as part of the information that we supplied to the FAA as part of a 7460 process. That is essentially anytime you want to do construction on an airport, you need to evaluate for safety both the construction activities and the final form of the building. We produced those studies, we gave them to the FAA for their evaluation, asking for our approval of the process. There were a number of things they asked for. The actual models, three-dimensional models of the facility. They asked for a radar reflection study to make sure that the building we built didn't cause any technical problems for the nav aids for it. We coordinated closely with them. They had some concerns, and we met over about a 4-month period to resolve those concerns with the Seattle office, which is kind of the lead planner for the Southern California region, the Atlantic City office, which controls all aircraft, the control tower design aspects, and the Oklahoma City office, which controls some of the nav aids, the ASDX systems. Working in conjunction with all of them in numerous meetings, we came up with mitigation measures for the building, and given what we had committed to put in, they agreed with the project. We submitted for a formal approval in January 9th of 2009, and we received the formal approval on 1/7 of 2010 from the FAA for the building.
When the air traffic controllers raised the issue, it obviously raised an issue to us. What's your response to what Foote had said and his concerns about line of sight and visual abilities?
Those are all items that, frankly, we shared the same concerns as to what the final form of the building would be given the constraints of the existing tower and how we could mitigate those. So I understand what his concerns are, and those are the primary issues that we work through with the other offices to come up with technical mitigation measures to alleviate those concerns.
Councilman Rosendahl, I think probably the main point is there were no new issues raised in that letter. They were all issues that we had previously identified, consulted with the FAA through their various offices, and had actually come up with mitigation measures to make sure that those issues were adequately addressed as part of the project. Had we not done that, the FAA would never have issued the 7460 permit to construct.
Okay, let me just go through a series of questions
Certainly,
for the record
sure.
then.
Certainly.
Can you please describe the process LAWA undertook with the FAA to approve the Tom Bradley improvements?
Again, as Mr. Doucette previously said, we went through some extensive testing. Once we had the final design where we knew the dimensions of the building and the form of the building, we did three-dimensional modeling of the building, three-dimensional simulation of the building. We submitted the three-dimensional graphics to the FAA so that they could do line-of-sight testing as well as ourselves doing our own line-of-sight testing. And we also worked, as Mr. Doucette said, both with the Oklahoma City office, with the Seattle office, as well as back east, to make sure that all of those issues were adequately addressed.
Just to note, Madam Chair has arrived. Now we have the full committee. Second question, how frequently does the FAA meet with LAWA Development Group on these projects as they're being planned?
We meet with the FAA every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday?
Every Wednesday.
Was the FAA tower line of sight concern specifically discussed with the FAA during the approval process for the project?
Yes, it was.
Are there any existing line of sight issues today, and how does the FAA currently resolve those?
There are a few line of sight issues today on the airport. There's a line of sight issue with taxiway Alpha Alpha, which is the crossfield taxiway that's the farthest to the west on the airfield. There's a line of sight issue on that. There is a line of sight issue behind some of the cargo buildings in what we call the Imperial Cargo Complex, which is on the southeast side of the building. And there are a few line of sight issues behind the American Airlines Super Bay hangar. Those issues have been resolved primarily through the use of either ASDEX radar, additional radar units, which is basically ground movement radar, or we have installed cameras in those areas, and those camera feeds go to the tower as well as to our operations folks.
I got pretty well all the questions. Would you report back in 6 months with updates on all this?
Certainly. Sure.
Okay, and I'd like to turn over to Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Ms. Hahn, we went through a few of the items on the agenda. We did items 2 through 6, and then we also just are in the process of finishing up one, and we did item 10. And so the one we're on right now is the air traffic controllers
Right.
issue.
Thank you very much. You all have been so efficient. I appreciate that. And I wasn't listening in, so one of the things, have you already talked about the proposed mitigation for this and the technology, and is it used in other large airports? Have you talked about that already?
We have not talked about the mitigation. There's a number of mitigation measures that we have been approved with the FAA. Most, if not all of them, are used in other airports around the United States for aircraft movement areas like the taxi lanes that will be the issue here, especially
And
with
how
Tom
have
Bradley.
How have they been assessed at other airports?
So far, they've been working well from everything that we've heard. What we're talking about right now is additional radar units. Again, the ASDEX, which is ground movement radar. We will have camera feeds that will feed both to the tower as well as to our own control facilities. We'll have gate docking systems, which are basically a system that will alert the tower when an aircraft is in contact with the gate, as well as when an aircraft loses contact with the gate. So those are three that we have made commitments to, and I did pass out a letter that we received from Bill Withicombe, the regional administrator of the FAA, where we will also
So the FAA is totally okay with
Absolutely.
this. But the Controllers Association, the union, is still not okay with this.
That's my understanding, yes.
And again, I don't know if you've talked about this, but is there efforts to resolve these differences?
Yes, there are. In fact, the letter that I handed out this morning mentions that we will put, the FAA is putting together a panel of experts that they've invited both LAWA as well as, I believe, their controllers to participate in. So that will be addressed during the construction of the tower, of the Broadly West terminal.
Would we have been aware of these issues if the air traffic controllers had not brought them to our attention?
I guess I'll
I guess
actually.
my question is, did anybody think about this?
Absolutely. As I mentioned previously, there's not one issue that was brought up in the union letter that was not previously discussed with the FAA and mitigated for. So it's a standard
In
process.
retrospect, would it have been appropriate to probably be proactive with the air traffic controllers and say, clearly we know this is going to be an issue with the sight line, but we've already addressed it with this mitigation and technology?
We have met, and as I mentioned,
before.
We did meet before
Oh.
with the controllers. Absolutely,
And
we
they
have
were-
the air traffic control tower at LAX is on board with what we're doing. So
The tower's on
the
board.
tower is on board. The air traffic control tower staff, the tower chief and her assistant chief, as well as.
But not the actual control.
Well, we don't mitigate. We don't negotiate with unions. We negotiate with the technical.
Well, not
folks
exactly. I'm
at
not
the-
exactly saying negotiate.
Okay.
It was kind of more like,
Yeah.
kind of sit down with them and here's the design. We understand that this will create sort of a problem with the sight line. Here's to let you know how we're already addressing that.
Right, and
That
we,
wasn't negotiation at that point.
okay, but we did do that with the tower personnel, with Sherry Avery and her staff. So.
Okay. Have you already waited?
No, I think I just want to
morning,
thank
Mr.
you. Ms. Hahn, always good morning to you. It's difficult when you have a large number of people, but the key spots are those who are working there, and the tower, who's ever in the tower, they know. It's like talking to the person who's on the line right there. So I agree with that process and the outreach, and I'm sure you have current challenges right now of sightline problems, yes?
Yes, we do. In fact,
Right.
the existing Bradley terminal has had sightline challenges ever since that was built. So,
Right. So this is a challenge to the matter, and technology is there, but you're doing the good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
But the suggestion that maybe our tower needs to be taller is,
No,
No.
Not
I don't. It's not
No.
practical. No.
and you don't believe that's,
No, we do not believe that's necessary. There are plenty of other mitigation measures to address these issues.
As Roger said, the existing Tom Bradley building had some of the same sightline issues, and before the tower was built, and they still built the tower to the height it is today.
all right, good. So you've asked for a report back?
That's
Okay.
the tower calling right now, I think.
In 6 months. No,
Okay.
just for the record, is Michael Foote,
Michael.
yes, in the room? Because we had invited him to come as well as to,
Okay.
as you, and he isn't, so very good.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we are now to item 1. Let's go back to 1.
You want to go them all over again and get unanimous vote, or do you?
We could take them all up at the end. Okay,
Okay.
Okay, under item 1, the Board of Airport Commissioners submits for approval the award of a contract to Clark McCarthy Joint Venture for replacement of the central utility plant at Los Angeles International Airport. The contract would have a term of 5 years and would authorize compensation up to $271 million and $271.5 million, subject to any approved change orders for a total amount up to an additional $54.3 million. The CAO has submitted a report and recommendation for approval of the proposed contract.
Yes, good morning again. Roger Johnson, Deputy Executive Director. The existing central utility plant at LAX was constructed in the late 50s, brought online in 1961. It is a very old plant. It's inefficient.
We got that. Just tell
Okay.
us,
So-
about this process.
All right, basically, this is a design-build contract
All right.
to give a contract to Clark McCarthy, the joint venture of Clark McCarthy, who were the lowest responsible bidders. It was a three-step process that we went through. We invited people to submit a statement of qualifications. Those who passed the statement of qualifications were invited to submit a technical proposal. We evaluated those technical proposals, and the intent of that was, because this is a design-build contract, we wanted to see the technical work, not only the design, but also the construction methodology, how the contractors were proposing to construct this building, because this is a very constrained space. This is a very difficult job to build. So we invited technical proposals. We evaluated those proposals in anyone who scored over 90% of the selection criteria, which would indicate to us that they had a solution that we would be comfortable building, were then invited to submit a sealed cost proposal. Out of that process, two companies, Clark McCarthy and the joint venture Burns and Mack and Turner, submitted cost proposals. The Clark McCarthy cost proposal was the lowest bid, and we're asking to award a contract consequently to Clark McCarthy.
Okay. Well, there's always questions. I mean, there's no question that this is an important project. It has to be built. We get that. Every time we do something like this, naturally, there are going to be winners and losers. And naturally, people want to focus on the process, which you just described. I will say that there have been some complaints, and I understand, in fact, actually there was a protest that, was it filed, or was there a protest filed?
Yes, ma'am, there was a protest filed
From Tudor Perini.
by Tudor Perini
Who
Corporation.
claims that their bid would have been $30 million lower had they been able to make it past that last stage of the process. Were you aware, at what point did you become aware that, they made this claim, or that they would have submitted a bid that would have been $30 million less?
They made the claim that they could build a central utility plant for $30 million less at a Board of Airport Commissioners meeting when
At
we
what
were.
point of the process was that?
It was after we had gone to the board with a board report to award the contract to Clark McCarthy, and then Tudor Perini filed a protest. We had a protest hearing, and at that protest hearing, it was at that point at the board verbally that Tudor Perini made a claim that they could build it for $30 million less.
But they didn't make it to the last stage.
They did not. In
What
fact,
point did they, quote, fall out?
They submitted a final technical proposal. Their final
That was the stage
that was
two?
stage two. That's
Okay.
correct. They did not pass the final technical proposal. We felt that their proposed approach, not only the design but their construction methodology and approach, did not convince us and give us the confidence that they could actually build a cup that would meet our requirements. So they were not invited to
This is a
bid.
company that has built a lot of stuff.
The company of Tudor Perini
At
has
the
built a lot of
airport
stuff, but this
and
is
all
a
over the
design. This is a design-build contract, so not only did it require them to build something, but it also required them to design it. And they took, their design that they gave us did not meet all of the performance criteria that we were looking for.
The other claim or concern was, and I'm understanding that they ultimately withdrew the protest.
They withdrew not only their protest, they actually withdrew their proposal.
Right.
Yes.
Well, why would they have had to withdraw their proposal if they didn't make it past the second stage?
They withdrew their proposal voluntarily, so.
But I mean, they didn't make it past, so, well,
No, they did not.
so there was no need to formally withdraw a proposal.
We initiated, and I may ask Brian Osler, the city attorney, to come up. Through this process, we also initiated a contractor responsibility investigation of Tudor Perini Corporation because of some irregularities in what we felt were irregularities in their proposal.
Did you have, what does that mean? Irregularities?
We felt that their proposal was non-responsible. There were some things in their proposal that we felt were in violation of the proposal guidelines that we had given them to do.
Have you launched that kind of contractor irresponsibility hearing of other contractors?
Yes, we have.
Anybody else in this process?
No.
At what point did you launch that?
We launched that when we received information on some of the irregularities within the Tudor Perini proposal. So after we...
But if they didn't make it past the second phase, you already pretty much said they didn't have a project that you could build. What did it matter at that point?
Because at that point in time, their protest was to keep themselves in the game, as it were.
So after they filed the protest, you counterfiled an contractor irresponsible.
We didn't counterfile. We initiated the investigation.
After they filed the protest.
That's correct. But that was based primarily on information that we discovered after the protest was filed. So.
But if you had looked at their proposal and they hadn't made it past the second phase, why wasn't that part of your discovery and part of why you would have said you're not going on to the third phase?
Well, some of that information we had, but we felt since the Tudor Perini proposal did not meet the 90% floor that we had set to be invited to bid, we felt that it was immaterial, as they were not apparently going to result in being awarded a bid or an opportunity to bid on the job.
Because of the irregularities or because of?
Primarily because of the quality of their proposal. We've just felt that the quality of their proposal was not sufficiently high to...
Why wouldn't you have been able to stand on that as opposed to launching this incompetency?
Well, we could, and we were prepared to do that, but
obviously to the outside person looking in, seems a bit heavy-handed that they filed a protest and you sort of countered with this, we're going to launch this investigation into irregularities, which, by the way, once that happens, what does that mean to a contractor?
With the Department of Airports non-responsibility program, essentially what that means is that the contractor, if they're found non-responsible, it's project-specific. They would not be able to participate in any way on that contract. It would not prevent them from doing further work for the airport.
Does that show up as a box they have to check?
They would have to check. They may have to check, depending on other organizations' contractor responsibility program.
And was it after you initiated this that they withdrew their protest?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
No further questions.
Just one question for me. 12/12/12 is the Bradley Terminal completion date. Will this group that you're proposing be ready and get it all together and be generating that energy by 12/12/12?
We will have to use temporary chillers for a short period of time. We had always anticipated having to use temporary chillers because of the delays in awarding this contract. We may have to use temporary chillers a little bit longer, but we will work with Clark McCarthy to see if we can accelerate the schedule. So,
And
yeah.
Clark McCarthy, as your proposed vendor on this, what is it costing, and what is your short time frame or long time frame?
I'm sorry, the cost of the project?
Yeah.
Their bid was $271 million, roughly $271.5 million. The engineer's estimate on the project was about $319 million, so they came in significantly below the engineer's estimate.
And what did they say is the time frame to complete the whole thing?
They've actually given us a schedule that is about 7 months shorter than what our anticipated schedule was. So there is a chance that we may be able to make up the time. But it's The first phase of the project is about a 2-year time frame.
Thank you.
For the last several days, I carried one of those little red laser things, and I just wanted to point out, I don't have it with me now, but this is the center area west of Bradley.
Yes.
Right. So want to show it to us, just so everybody knows?
Fabulous.
Yeah. So that's a 1950 design, 60 inch.
Existing central utility plant is right here. This is the theme building right here, and this is the air traffic control tower. The only place that we can actually build a new tower, the new plant, is going to go right in between the control tower and the existing CUP. And it'll be built in several phases. We'll build the new central utility plant here. When that new plant is brought online, we will then demo the old plant and actually finish construction of the rest of the central utility plant. So when I call it 2 phases, it'll be done in 2 phases. But we have to get a new plant constructed in this little postage stamp here, and then tear down the old plant.
What happens to the post office?
The
I'm
post-
teasing you. You mentioned a postage stamp. I just wanted to.
Sorry,
Okay.
I meant the tower.
I'm good right there. Thank you so much.
How many other projects are going to be under construction during the same time in this central terminal area? And how are we coordinating public outreach on the inconveniences that are created by this to our traveling passengers?
There's probably going to be, over the next 4 years, in excess of $1.5 to $2 billion of construction going on in the central terminal area. So virtually every terminal, as was brought up here before this item with the concessions, we're going to be redoing all of the concessions in every terminal.
Right. Well, how are we doing public outreach?
We're engaging a public outreach and communications firm to make sure that we're communicating with the public. I've created within the development group an arm that we're calling CALM, which is Construction and Logistics Management, whose only job it is to coordinate all of the construction activities that are occurring within the central terminal area, because this is a significant amount of construction that's going to be going on. And the construction logistics alone.
It's going on in
Yeah.
every airport. I mean, every time I travel, I see construction. But it does matter to people who are trying to get around, trying to
Yeah.
find their terminal. Just good signage, pardon our dust, those kinds of.
A lot of that will be
things.
going on.
I think dates on when projects are going to be completed is important information
Right.
to the traveling public. I think they like knowing this is inconvenient, but here's what we're doing. Maybe, drawings of what it's going to look like. I just think that's important that we communicate with people on what's going on.
Yes, and as I mentioned, we are awarding a pretty good communications contract to a
Okay.
public communications
All right.
firm.
Well,
to handle
again,
that.
I think you're going to get, I think there's going to be a motion to approve this. I would be prepared for the full city council. I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Obviously, I think this probably could have been handled differently. I don't think, we're going to blow this up and start over. But I think by now, it's the process. It's the process, it's the perception. We're awarding billions of dollars
Yes.
going forward and past to make this a great modern airport. But I just think it needs to be open, it needs to be transparent. You want to award these to the most qualified, the most, accountable, contractors and bidders. But I just will tell you from the outside, I didn't like a little bit of what I just heard.
Well, and
I think
I
it
would
was
be.
a bit heavy-handed.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to discuss that with you further, because one of the reasons we did what we did and we're doing what we're doing is because I believe we have a very open and honest procurement process, and I am very concerned that we have.
I mean, again,
yeah,
even in
yeah.
irregularities, I know other times irregularities have been waived.
Right, if
In fact, even in this
they're
case-
immaterial.
Even in this case, I think staff was asked to waive irregularities.
Like I said, I know we'll be asked some more questions. We'll be
Yeah.
ready on Friday.
Okay,
So,
is there-
Thank you.
There's a motion to move forward.
Clark McCarthy is a good contractor. I think they have proven themselves as well. So I think that obviously they'll do the work just fine. But please, the process is what we're going to care about going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
I'm seconding.
All right, so we'll approve that.
Thank you.
Why don't we take the other items up real quick to, what was just done, so we can have a unanimous vote?
Okay, items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10
Okay.
were all to extend terms
Okay.
so that
Do you wanna make
existing
another motion
concessionaires
to-
could continue services.
Okay,
And
unanimous.
item 8, well, you were here for item 8, so to
Yes,
continue the
right. I was
item.
there for item 8. Okay, so
And
now
so
we're
now
on,
we have 7 and 9.
let's do 7.
Under item 7, motion Rosendahl, Han, Zine proposes that the mayor be asked to report to this committee on the objectives of the recently appointed LAX Security Blue Ribbon Commission, the qualifications of the commission members, and whether previous reviews and studies will be considered by the commission.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so this came about, we actually had, it was in this committee where we were hearing issues about security at the airport, and we actually called for a third-party, independent security audit, if you will, once and for all. Now, probably won't be once and for all, but again, to look at the security at the airport, we wanted this commission to be independent, qualified, not go in with any kind of a bias or agenda. We were happy, I was anyway, that the mayor decided to take this on and appoint a blue ribbon commission to look at the security. I think with new reports about cargo, always we're still clearly a terrorist target at LAX. And every time I travel, I'm certainly aware of the importance of safety and security, not safety, physical safety with our runways and our air traffic controllers, but certainly the security is a huge issue for our traveling public. So, Mr. Rosendahl has a series of questions. And wanted to get an update. It seemed very behind closed doors. It seemed very secretive how the mayor was putting this together. And so I think Mr. Rosendahl has some questions on what's going on with this committee. Do you want to just take the lead?
That would be great, Madam Chair.
Take it.
A series of questions.
And let's introduce who's here at the table.
Please.
Well, good morning. Eileen Decker, Deputy Mayor for Homeland Security and Public Safety.
Good.
Good morning, Greg Kettles, Deputy Counsel, Mayor's Office.
Pleasure. What are the Blue Ribbon Commission's objectives?
Well, let me begin by saying, Councilwoman Hahn, I don't think that the mayor could agree with you more with respect to your opening statement on the importance of having an independent review of security at the airport. And that is fundamentally what is driving this, and what the fundamental objective is of the Blue Ribbon Panel is to conduct that comprehensive independent study and review, top to bottom, of security at the airport, with a focus in 5 areas in particular: police operations, counterterrorism, homeland security, fire, emergency management, and because it's intertwined with all of those, information technology, just to make sure that we are, LAX remains on the cutting edge, that it remains in a position of addressing safety issues, and that LAX, as you've noted, remains a top terrorism target, and we always have to try to stay a step ahead. And having a panel like this convened and put together doesn't indicate that something's necessarily wrong with security at LAX. It is just symbolic of the fact that we need to stay ahead of those who seek to harm us, stay as many steps ahead as possible, always try to remain on the cutting edge, and get evaluations from individuals who are experts in their field, hear what they have to say, and evaluate them and move forward collectively with those great minds helping us out.
As a 26-member committee, how did you determine who should be on the committee? and I understand there's 5 subcommittees. Tell us as much as you can about the composition of the committee and how they're going to break up and do what they're going to do. And your first meeting, I understand, was yesterday.
Well, it wasn't actually yesterday. We've had, just to bring you up to date, we've had a series of orientations. What we tried to do was make sure that everyone on the panel had somewhat of a state of LAX today briefing. And they were briefed on each of the 5 areas that the mayor has asked to be evaluated: police operations, counterterrorism, homeland security, fire operations, emergency management, and information technology. The panel has now all been oriented. They have had background checks completed, security clearances, and have been briefed on that. The orientations lasted, I would say, 6 to 7 hours. They had a tour of the facility, and the idea was during the orientation to make sure all members of the panel had the same baseline of information. With respect to the composition of the Blue Ribbon Commission and how it was put together, the mayor sought to have nationally and internationally recognized individuals be part of this panel. He sought people from diverse backgrounds and experiences, particularly those that would be able to follow experts in the 5 areas that he sought to be evaluated. But he also sought to have a mixture of people who have operational experience, people who have business experience, and academics as well. And in addition, he wanted to have representation from federal agencies. And you'll note on the Blue Ribbon, Randy Parsons, who's the head of TSA at LAX, is represented. Steve Gomez, who is the special agent in charge of counterterrorism for the FBI field office here in Los Angeles and is responsible for the squad at LAX. The FBI squad at LAX is on the panel. Robert Bonner, who's the former head of Customs and Border Patrol for the United States, is on the panel. In addition, he previously headed the DEA and has considerable law enforcement experience. The mayor wanted that federal representation. In addition, he wanted experts in counterterrorism. Mike Downing, who I think we all recognize as an expert, and he's also responsible for the K-9 squad and the bomb squad that services LAX. Bruce Hoffman, who is an academic but has done numerous studies of airports around Europe, as well as studying the bomb threats, particularly the 2006 attempt to bomb airports in the United States. He's done numerous studies regarding that. With respect to business, you'll note Mr. Rothenberg, Ron Idem, and Mr. Fegan are
I
all...
think that's about Alan. Now, I'm assuming he was on there because he was president of the commission.
Well, he was. There are actually 2 airport commissioners represented.
But will he retain?
He
his-
will remain on.
Good. I think that's.
He's agreed
good.
to do so, and
I think that's good.
the mayor certainly wanted
I
him
think
to
that's
do
right. As long as he doesn't talk about security at California Pizza Kitchen. Sorry.
But he, of course, brings not only the perspective of running the airport and being responsible for it and that practical common sense knowledge,
Right.
but he brings a business background as well. And as I know this panel committee certainly is aware, it's a proprietary department. It must answer to the bottom line, and that, of course, has to be a concern in getting practical recommendations from the panel. And so hopefully that gives you some insight into how the mayor went about it. He did solicit from a number of people, in fact, members of council, and Councilman Rosenthal, you know that I asked you if you had any ideas, please share them. We went to fire, police, emergency management, academia, solicited opinions. We vetted the names, tried to attempt to make sure that there were no conflicts of interest, and the mayor made this selection.
And what's your time frame of doing this? And will there be open meetings where people can go to it, where they can ask questions or understand the process?
And how many meetings? What does that look like?
Well, now that the orientations are done, we have turned the work of the panel over to the chairs. The chairs will determine for each of the groups how often they have to meet. We have asked them for a spring 2011 timeline to complete their work, so they're on a very short time frame. They all took this job on knowing that was the mayor's request to have a report back in the spring of 2011. And so they will...
Do you think?
The mayor has not pinpointed a specific date because he wants to hear back from them now that they have started their work of what they believe also is realistic given the mandate that the mayor has given them.
Will those committee meetings be open to the public and open to the press?
We do not believe so, and the reason is that most of the information that they will be reviewing and evaluating is protected under federal law. It's under the Code of Federal Regulation. Much of the security at the airport is very sensitive. It's, first of all, law enforcement sensitive, but then the Code of Federal Regulations also requires the sensitivity of that information to be maintained. In addition, many members of the committee have pre-existing security clearances, and they will be reviewing classified information and making recommendations.
Will everyone on the committee have to get security clearances?
Everyone has to have security clearances. They do not all have to have secret or top secret clearances. That is provided by the federal government, and we're not asking for any special accommodations. But many members of the panel were selected because they have pre-existing clearances and would be able to do this job, and to get that level of clearance would take months.
How does the traveling public between now and April become aware of what might be happening or where we're at for their comfort level as they go to the airport?
In terms of aware of what is happening, they know that the panel has been established, that they are moving forward. They are working at the airport, working with the airport authorities in evaluating the airport. The work has begun. The members of the panel will be interviewing individuals along the way and obtaining information about what is happening at the airport, as well as defining their recommendations. So the public can be assured that this process has started, and in fact you've noted many other reports have been done. In fact, I think since 9/11 there have been 8 separate reports. This panel is working in a similar function as those did, in terms of there not being public hearings. They're evaluating issues that are sensitive, such as deployment, technology, vulnerabilities, and there will be a report issued at the end, which we expect will be presented to the public as well.
Will they take a look at any of the past studies that have been done and recommendations that were made that came out of those that relate to security, like the RAND study, and then I think we've had a couple of other ones that looked at the airport police operations. Forget the name of that study.
They have been
Yeah, is that part of their scope of work?
Well, they have been advised that those studies exist, although, frankly,
I mean,
most of them are out of date at this point, although their recommendations may still be valid.
I guess what I'm asking, will they look at whether or not those recommendations, which at one point seemed the right thing to do, have they been implemented?
And I'm confident that they will. They've been told that the reports exist.
Okay.
Many of them have asked to see copies
Okay.
of the report.
Okay.
And what I do want to say is that the mayor's quite determined that this remain independent review, and so he's given them these parameters, but is allowing them to do their work and determine what they believe is important to report back to us on.
Just ask you a few more questions
Oh, yes,
for the
sir.
record. Some of the security-related concerns that were expressed this summer came from labor groups that are associated with security at LAX. Are there any labor representatives or members with labor experience on the commission?
There are no labor representatives on this particular panel. We do not expect this panel will be addressing any labor management issues whatsoever. As you know, Councilman, over the summer, some labor representatives did issue a letter indicating some security concerns. The panel has been told about it. The mayor does want to seek an independent evaluation of those concerns and hear from the panel whether how the airport has addressed those issues are satisfactory or whether more needs to be done. And frankly, whether the issues presented in the letter should be addressed in more detail is something that should be evaluated by an independent group and not by those that are making the concerns known. So
Yeah, just on that note, since there isn't a labor representative, are we assuming that the panel would, it's part of their interviews, would interview some of these workers at the airport who have, for instance, besides the most recent one, I remember, gosh, a year or two ago when we began to talk to some of the airport workers who we worked with in this committee, made claims that their companies were having them go on the planes and inspect the planes for suspicious items,
Trained for that.
and they weren't trained for that. And that was one of the things that they were very concerned about, that they were being the ones sort of asked to do that.
Absolutely,
So
I
are
would
those
expect that, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Will the Blue Ribbon Commission consider and include in its report findings from previous LAX security reviews, such as the one from the Gurion Team? And is the Gurion Team involved in this with us?
Oh, yes, they are, absolutely. They are, 3 members will be here in January time period to review the airport. They are part of the panel. As you know, there was some concern on whether they'd be able to join us due to the health reasons of their lead investigator, but he has been cleared for travel,
Great.
and we expect them to join us in January and provide their review, and we fully expect that they will pick up where they left off with their last review and move forward.
Excellent. Will there be an accounting made of all the resources spent on LAX security by both LAPD and LAWA, and of all the LAWA payments made from the city for security-related services?
Yes, I do believe that will be included. We could obviously get that information today from the CAO's office, and I think, though, this panel will be looking more are we using our money smartly, wisely? Are we spending on the right resources and evaluating it that way? And in fact, during her presentation, Gina Marie Lindsay specifically asked them, I'd love to know, do you think we could be smarter about this? And if I could just add a footnote to the question, I do want to commend all the officials at the airport who spent a considerable amount of time assisting us in putting together the orientations, and they have been very open and responsive to this process, and I do think that they deserve credit. They're very much looking forward to hearing the recommendations, and they too want to be better at what they're doing.
Now, we see that, obviously, you've mentioned this Public Safety Committee. Mr. Smith is represented on the Blue Ribbon Commission, but why isn't the Trade and Commerce and Tourism Committee represented?
Well, the mayor...
Good question.
When evaluating this, and hopefully from my comments you've heard, the mayor's focusing on police operations, fire operations, counterterrorism, and emergency management, which are traditionally the areas where the Public Safety Committee has really sunk its teeth into. And what impacts the airport impacts the city as a whole. And the mayor thought that, given the mandate given to this panel, that it was more appropriate for the chair of the Public Safety Committee. That said, you know, the mayor has spoken with both of you, Councilwoman Hahn and Rosendahl, and respects the work that you do on this committee. And one can argue that everything that happens at the airport impacts trade, commerce, tourism. But fundamentally, when you get to the core of deployment issues, counterterrorism, the interrelationship with LAPD, emergency management, fire operations, the core aspects of what's being evaluated, the mayor believed fell more closely under the Public Safety Committee.
Just a little detailed question here. Last year, a local Dallas-Fort Worth news station reported that thefts at the Dallas-Fort Worth airport had doubled in the last 6 years. Conversely, LAX has reported declining crime rates given in the face of increasing passenger traffic. Given this information, why do we have an executive director from the Dallas-Fort Worth group on the LAX Security Blue Ribbon Commission? When would you do that?
Well, you're right about the crime stats at LAX having gotten much lower over the years, and frankly, a lot of people on this panel are responsible for that. People like Errol Southers, Ethel McGuire, Mike Downing, and the commissioners who are represented on the panel as well.
You're asking, what can we learn from Texas?
Well, the reason that the general manager of the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport is on it is because that airport is structured similarly to LAX. It has its own independent police department. The general manager is responsible, like Gina Marie Lindsay, is responsible for the entire operation of the airport. Police department does not belong to the city of Dallas or Fort Worth. It's run by the airport. And from a practical business perspective, he brings the operations of an airport, of running an airport, which, by the way, has the same passenger load as LAX. There are certainly differences that Dallas-Fort Worth presents, such as the crime statistics and the geographical spread of that particular airport, which is quite large. But in terms of passenger load, the structure of the operation, he brings to the table the balance. We have individuals on the panel who are great at driving down the crime in a jurisdiction. He brings the operational aspect of running an airport. And frankly, the mayor wanted to be sure that the recommendations given are practical recommendations that can be implemented. And who better to advise on that than somebody who's also running his own airport?
One other question. Ms. Hahn has a great motion in here that is item number 9,
Right.
which talks about looking at the screening of cargo coming in, because we know only a certain percentage gets screened. That as the backdrop, will you do action-oriented reports that if you discover something in this process that we could tighten up, be more effective, will this commission not just do a report, but make action recommendations that could be implemented quickly, like, for instance, her motion there that raises that kind of...
Absolutely. That is the goal. That is the goal. What can we do today to improve security at the airport?
Right. And so the cargo will be part of the what this panel will be looking at.
Yes, I would imagine so, yes.
Is there an opportunity for input into this committee? If you sort of think of something that you would like them to take a look at, is there an opportunity for, members of the council or, the Congress member, or is there a way?
absolutely.
How do you get requests to this panel to take a look at certain security issues if it's something that we're concerned about?
First of all, I'm not the spokesperson for the panel, believe it or not, but that said, I'm quite sure they'd be receptive to hearing input from everyone. And if any member of council wants to get me a letter, I will be sure to get it directly to the chairs. Quickly, that's probably the best way, or addressed to the mayor. We will get the information to the panel very, very quickly.
Okay, good.
When KNX began to make some comments about visibility at the airport and seeing personnel either visible or not visible, looking at other airports, and raised some concerns, when you hear the media make concerns as this process is going forward, would you find your information people be able to interact with them, give them responses of any kind? What role do you see if somebody is an investigative journalist looking at an issue that they think might be directly of concern to the traveling public?
During the process that the panel, before they've completed their work?
Right.
Before they've completed their work, because after they completed the work, I would expect that they'll be making presentations about what they have found and all. But prior to that, they can direct their inquiries to the mayor's office, and we will direct it to the panel. They have not designated a public spokesperson yet, or someone to handle media inquiries, but the mayor's office of communications would certainly, and as would I, assist in forwarding inquiries to the panel.
But the feeling is they're going to be doing their work.
Absolutely.
Not really going to be talking to the public or necessarily to us, through this process. And in spring, after they've completed their work, we will get a set of recommendations, a presentation, and at that point, we'll be able to maybe ask questions about why or how they came up with their conclusions, and whether or not what they're recommending is something that we can implement. Is that how you're
Well,
seeing this?
absolutely, but I don't want to give the impression that they're not open to hearing from anyone.
Right.
Of course they are, but there's going to be a process of which where they are in January may not be where they are in February,
Right.
may not be where they are in March.
Right.
After they put together
Right.
all of their detailed work,
Right.
there is going to be a deliberative process that goes on.
And
So-
while this panel may be looking at the importance of coordination between all the law enforcement agencies, as you know, I feel very strongly that I don't think this is the time or place for this panel to be looking at the possibilities of, merging airport police with LAPD. That is something that I'm not interested in. I think that question has been settled several times, and hopefully they will only focus on how the agencies are coordinating and how we could do better. But
The
if
mayor
I hear anything,
has asked
they're looking at merging those departments.
The mayor has asked them to be very practical in their recommendations, things we can do today. The
Yeah.
consolidation issue did not come up.
That would take a charter change, so
That's-
not practical.
That would be an enormous undertaking of many, many years.
Good. I
The
just
mayor
wanna-
has asked them to.
I want to be that on the record and to say that I really approve the idea of it being an independent panel looking at this,
Absolutely.
not beholden to anyone or anything except to the traveling public and our future security at that airport. Mr. Labange.
The other thing I want to contribute is if you look at the airport plan there, as it sits out there, I want heavy cameras throughout the vicinity of, working with the city of El Segundo, whatever. If somebody's sitting on that little knoll, you know, drinking a Coke and having a cigarette and dreaming, I want them dreaming about Hollywood, not about any kind of tragedy they'd bring to LAX. And I do know, if I believe I'm reading, 60,000 cameras were installed in England and Northern Ireland, which helped stop the tragedy of the bombings that took place there. Not that we have that there, but I say put them on camera, you know.
Well, information technology is a very important part of this,
And the
yes.
perimeter is.
And have a sign that reminds
part of-
people that.
Right, very good.
You know.
And I think Ms. Hahn was very clear, we don't want to play politics with this, we want to play security with this.
There's no question. I know the mayor
Very-
agrees with you very much on that.
Thank you very much. Eileen, thank you for being here this morning. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you being here. Righto. Arnie, want to come up for a public comment before we, what are we doing on this? Just, I'll hold, okay. Okay.
Morning, council members. My name is Arnie Corlin. As a rental property owner and community member in the Westchester area, I know my property value and personal safety involve factors far beyond the perimeter of my property boundaries. To control and deter abnormal behavior, it is important for me to properly collaborate with other community stakeholders as far beyond that boundary as is necessary to deter such behavior. In the same manner, our friends from Israel recommend that we begin our screening process at LAX further out from the gates to start at the ticket counters and train employees to recognize indicators. It is both the duty and responsibility of LAWA to recognize their success to deter a terrorism or other unwanted event at LAX is greatly increased by reinforcing their boundaries outward as well as from within. The Westchester area has among some of the best trained and coordinated neighborhood watch groups in the city. While programs like iWatch are good to tell community members about indicators, it is important to reinforce that knowledge and behavior so that once the instructors are gone, stakeholders are engaged. In other words, those partners must go from the level of knowing about it to understanding it and understanding the process. As a block captain with 150 in attendance at our last neighborhood watch meeting, our community is engaged. These meetings are always started with not just you must observe and report, but how to properly do so. Also, unlike law enforcement, these community members are there 24/7 and much better able to recognize unusual behavior in their neighborhood. Whether it is keeping an eye on the roof parking structure at Ralph's or landscapers selling fertilizer off the back of their trucks for cash is information that is shared. However, there has been a lack of outreach by LAWA to become part of the collaboration. Even in the manner the new cameras have been installed on the outside perimeter of LAX show a lack of focus on controlling their boundaries and only a minimal ability to track and create usable incident data. Numerous attempts to contact LAWA over the past few years to become engaged, as well as the mayor's office, have been unsuccessful. I would suggest if the mayor's office is sincere about enhancing security at LAX, the Blue Ribbon Commission include a community member with a vetted background. Thank you.
Arnie, if you don't mind, I would like to, clearly they left already, so they didn't get to hear this. Okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to actually submit your comments to Ms. Decker. Sure. And ask them to include what you're saying absolutely as part of looking at potential recommendations on how we can make security better at the airport. I think you bring them excellent. So if you don't mind, I'd like to submit your remarks to her. Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll just hold this in committee. And I don't know if we can
report back hopefully by April.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Good. All right.
Item 9. Your motion.
It's 10 o'clock.
Item 9 was the one that they addressed already.
Yeah. Do we want to, who addressed it?
When we.
Well, yeah, briefly. Is there anybody from the airport still here? On the, item 9, on the cargo? Oh, it's closed session, huh?
Chief, you want to come in?
Oh, the chief. Oh, there you are. Hello. You want it to be in closed session? Okay, anything you want to ask in open session?
Well, is it urgent that we do it today, or do we need to continue this, or what? Because we have a council meeting in a second.
You know, I personally would like to hear something today. I think the news reports of, you know, targeted cargo and cartridges, printer cartridges, heading to the United States made me very concerned about exactly how we deal with these threats, how we're notified of these threats, what we're doing for cargo. 75% of all the cargo in Southern California is coming through our airport. So I'm very, very concerned. If you think this is proprietary information and you would like to brief us in closed session, I will respect that.
The specific information is proprietary and security sensitive, so yet I would make the request to make it closed session.
Okay, if you don't mind, I think we should take 5 minutes, go into closed session, and hear this information. I'm concerned about it, especially before the holidays, so I don't want to. How about you?
Madam Chair.
Okay, so
Go into closed session.
sorry, everybody, if you'd mind clearing the room. We're going into closed session. carry on.
So is this matter then considered to be continued?
Yes. It's at 2:15 in the afternoon. I'm Councilwoman Hahn. Did I already say that?
Yeah.
And the regular chair of this committee, Mr. Krikorian, is not here. And so I've been commissioned to lead this meeting since it is an item in my district. And it's, we're actually, and also I've been asked to continue item 2.
Yes.
So it's only one item on this agenda. And I came up from city council. It's still going on down there. So I ran up here so that those of you who came down here for this item, we will take this item as quickly as possible. Okay.
Item number 1
Thank you.
is consideration of application to name a community. Harbor Pines, application approved for filing on September 28th, 2010. Primary applicant, Michael Cooley.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we just do this so people are very aware of how we name communities. It's actually it's a real process. So is the, who wants to come up, and city clerk or the CLA to explain?
I'll do it.
Okay, well, thank you, Daryl. How do we name communities?
Daryl Powell, CLA's office. Back in 2006, the City Council approved an application process for the naming of communities. Consistent with that application process, the City Clerk on September 27, 2010, received the application from Mr. Cooley relative to the naming of a portion of Harbor City to Harbor Pines. The City Clerk's office has reviewed the application package and petition, including the required signatures of stakeholders in the community.
How many signatures do they have to get?
They have to get at least 500 signatures.
Did they get all the signatures?
Yes, they did. Also, the city clerk forwards a copy of the application to a number of departments within the city to comment on, such as the city clerk records management division, city planning, CRA, Bureau of Engineering, neighborhood empowerment, and the transportation department. Most of the departments have responded except for 2.
Which 2?
The planning department, I looked at the council file, and the planning department has not responded, as well as neighborhood empowerment have not responded to that.
Because is there a checkoff box for each of these departments?
Yes. Each department.
Why hasn't the, well, I see the
The
general
city
manager.
clerk forwards a letter, the application.
So do we need those checkoffs before, according to our ordinance?
Yes, we need copies.
What is our policy say?
According to the policy that we wrote up, we asked for these departments to review the applications and respond back to the committee. The city clerk sent a letter out stipulating that each one of these departments had to respond by December 3rd. It's on the council file.
So we still have 2 departments left?
Yes.
So we can't really approve this until we have their,
Well, actually,
sign off?
I believe actually you can move forward. You want?
Yeah.
I don't think that it's mandatory that you're required to actually have these written reports from these other agencies. The way that the policy reads is that, you're asking or requesting these groups to provide their comments by a specified date, but it doesn't look like that you're prohibited. The policy doesn't say anything about a prohibition should one of the departments not provide a written comment. And obviously, we have the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment present today, too.
True. I will say, though, that planning was one of the departments that was sort of, I believe, an important department in the idea of name changes.
All
All of them are.
They're all.
Do we have any reason why we weren't responded? I'd actually like to ask Hong Wan to explain why your department did not respond.
B.H. Kim, General Manager, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Just to clarify, our department's role in this procedure is once we receive the application request that we send a letter to the adjacent neighborhood councils notifying them that the request is into the city and to ask them to consider the item at a future board meeting indicating their position of whether they support the request or not. So we don't make a determination from our department side in terms of the request.
What is your idea of the department's role in responding?
Well, when the policy was originally written up, we looked at a number of departments located throughout the city that we felt, the task force that was established by this committee, to review the application and respond back. Over the last
A response that sort of looks like, we're okay with this, we're not okay with this.
Yes.
Just something very simple.
Yes.